meaning beating Mother 3 fast won't bring anyone back if we want to finish that. But we'll see 5 hours later.
Yeah. So this is just our demonstration that we get no bitches. It's just
Yeah. Okay.
alrighty. Are we live?
Okay, looks like we're live. Hey everyone, I'm RadixSmash. I've worked with Ezra on this task for the past year. Would you like to go ahead?
Sure. Hello, I am Ezra. I started this task in January 2023, and I finished it in March of this year. It took us quite a while. There was a lot of burnout, but we're very excited to show this off now that it is done, and we waited quite a while. So I hope you will all very much be entertained by what you're about to see. We worked very hard on it,
Great.
and yeah, there'll be a lot of you'll see a lot of new strategies, new tricks, things that will probably blow your mind. And if you really love Mother 3, I think you're going to be quite amazed by what you see. We're going to do it really fast.
Yeah, I hope you
Ready?
enjoy this. Let's see.
Alrighty. Are we counting down or anything?
I'm ready whenever you are.
All right. All right, we'll count down.
Okay.
All right,
3.
10.
10.
Okay, you do it.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and go. I'm ready.
Begin. All right, so we worked. One of the things you're seeing is we're just messing around in the menu, and the reason why I can waste time is this little cutscene up here. I thought I would utilize that time. So, but probably the main reason is we want to stay as far away from the first characters that it gives you, because those will be used to save time when we name characters inside the game. So, and if you read that, it says Mother 3 tasks, if you read from top to bottom, left to right, but in katakana. Alrighty, we're getting started.
Okay, so we're going to start out in the prologue. I didn't actually do any work on this task until halfway through chapter 2. So all of chapter 1 is just Ezra.
Yeah, I did all of this myself here. There's not much to do. We have to, sometimes we'll just have like long periods of silence because there is a lot of waiting around sometimes, but when there is action, it's pretty good.
Yeah, so one of the main differences just from the original task, which was made like 14 years ago, there's only ever been 2 completed classes of this game. One is in English, one in Japanese. Both were done by the same person, Sprocket, around 2010. And most of the major route changes from that initial run are in the later chapters, so chapters 4 onward. There are some changes in chapters 1 through 3, but a lot of it's the same, since you can't really optimize further from what's already there.
Yeah, we still saved a lot of time from the old tasks, but it's the same route, just done faster. We have to walk. One of the things is that I don't actually have to go all the way to that doorway. I can just stay way over there. And now that we can run. Interesting thing about running is that I don't have to hold any buttons to run. I can just press down a button and it will run. I just have to hold B for a certain amount of frames, press a direction, and it'll stay going in that direction until I hit a different input. So it makes it easy to task running. So whenever we are in the middle of tasking, like walking, it can get really frustrating because we have to hold a button down for every frame, but we don't have to do it. And the way we advance through text in this game is just to mash A and B over and over, but anytime it asks us a yes or no question, we have to make sure that we press the answer on the earliest possible frame, because if you press A, it'll do yes. If you press B, it'll say no. So you want to make sure that you get exactly the option that you want. So I'll let you commentate this battle.
Sure. Well, we'll see that. Well, it's the first fight in the game, the mole cricket. It's just a tutorial fight, and the only fight in the prologue. Pretty much, this will be the first showcase of RNG manipulation, which in this game we manipulate battle RNG primarily through selecting and deselecting options. So, for example, movement throughout menus, and just whatever actions you take and waiting certain periods of frames doesn't actually change the outcome. The only thing that does change the outcome is selecting and deselecting, which will reroll the RNG. So that's the main tactic we use. Another tactic we use pretty infrequently is to encounter, change the frame we enter battle, which also affects the RNG, as you'll see a few times later.
That doesn't really happen, though, because it only really happens when we run from a fight.
There were actually a couple times I used it, but
yeah,
that was only in, areas where the RNG was really bad. And I basically had to use it, but that was only a few fights throughout the game.
For all of you musically inclined people, the key of this song is in D minor, by the way. No, not D minor, E minor. I don't know how I got... E flat minor. I got that wrong twice. I know how to play this song. I'm pretty sure it's in E flat minor. I don't know why I'm arguing. That is, yeah. Alright, Chapter 1, Night of the Funeral. I will say that one of the reasons why this task is in Japanese is because the Japanese version, for one, it's faster than the English version because there's a lot less text, but... Sorry. The Japanese version is the only official version of the game ever released, so a official, like, not really official, but a official, like, legit tool-assisted speedrun has to be in the Japanese version.
Fortunate that an English task wouldn't be accepted. It basically feels like an official translation.
Oh yeah, the Mother 3 fan translation is like a masterclass in fan translations, but the Japanese version is the official version of the game, so. Of course, we passed through a bunch of save frogs in this, but we never actually save in this game. One of the things is I try to make sure that, like, anytime I need to talk to people, I talk to them on, like, the furthest away or closest pixel that I can do it on, as to, because you want to reduce how much you move in, like, cutscenes or things that you trigger. Stuff like that. You want to make sure you cut that down as much as possible. Sometimes that requires being very clever with how you talk to people or encounter things. I spent many hours just like optimizing things to the frame, like to get them like frame optimized. Other times the enemies are just straight up in the way and you can't just run past them, so you do have to maneuver around them. Boom. When right here, the fire, typically like you would want to avoid that if you're casually playing something like that, but because this is fast, we'll run right through it. And we're not too concerned about the damage that we take because it isn't too much.
Your health at this point doesn't really matter, and you're gonna get a heal like after a couple fights, so it's not really a problem.
No. It's probably the most simple fight in the tasks. Here. We get this stick here, we equip it. When we trigger this fight, we'll be using that stick. And this is a very easy fight. All you really have to do is just, you just beat him with the stick.
Yeah, so for most characters, or like most playable party members in this game, even if you don't have like psychic abilities, you'll have like some equivalent. So Flint has like an attack booster, an ability to hit all enemies, which is what we used in that fight.
Yeah. And there's a... And then Flint has the ability for a power smash, which does huge amounts of damage, but it usually misses. But because we have RNG manipulation, it works every time. So we can get like Flint to do really powerful attacks essentially every single turn.
In the standard RTA speedrun, Power Smash is a strategy that's used in like world record runs. There are like safer routes, but Power Smash is fastest if you're able to hit the RNG, but it is pretty risky because of the accuracy, which is 30% per hit.
Of course, we're not too worried about that in a tool-assisted speedrun because we have the select cancel RNG manipulation. So it allows us to basically get whatever we want.
Another thing about movement in this game, just general movement, is zigzagging doesn't actually decrease your speed. So if you're moving in a straight line, you could move diagonally, and it won't be any slower than if you were to move just in a straight line. So we can use that just so diagonally doesn't really hurt your movement speed at all. So you'll see that throughout the run.
See, when I triggered that cutscene right there, I made sure to trigger it at that specific pixel because Fuel and Flint there will actually walk less. And then if you trigger it at any other point, you would walk more. And so when you walk, the less you walk in a cutscene, the more time you save. Those usually amount to only a few frames time save, or like less than half a second or something. But when you do that throughout the run, it does add up. And so a significant improvement is just those small little time saves that add up. We actually get healed right here. Okay, I say no there instead of yes, and the reason why is because saying no actually makes Isaac say less text, and it saves like 6 frames. So there's a little small time save there.
Yeah, this is the same letter from earlier in the prologue. I think this was said in the Earthbound run earlier today, but the nice thing about these runs is that there's a lot of built-in breaks, which I guess doesn't apply here since we're not actually like actively playing the game, but it's nice for people who run, yeah.
It would help me in the task because sometimes it would give me a breather whenever I was like really getting into playing. Kind of interesting, the village name in Japanese is Tatsumaidi. I don't know how they got the name. I wonder why they translated it to Tazmili, but I guess that might just be like a liberty they took. If you can read the Japanese, you can see. Well, now we have Boney. Boney will be useful for a few things when it comes to battle. His purpose throughout it will kind of remain the same, even if it varies a little bit. Boney's primary use as a party member is to primarily do extra damage and use items. Because you want to, this is a lot of people who casually play this game, like one of the big strategies of battles is to reserve your items for your least powerful players in their physical attacks. and other things, like you let them do bombs and stuff like that, while your most powerful players can use their physical attacks or their PSI, stuff like that. And that's a thing that we take into account when we're battling in tasks. Each party member has a purpose.
Point we're about to get Duster will be pretty helpful for this next fight. And the interesting thing about most of these early chapters is we only really fight like the story required bosses, and that goes for like even the original tasks and RTA runs. Most of those don't actually fight anything that's outside of what you're forced to encounter, which is why a lot of time couldn't be saved from these first 3 chapters.
And another interesting thing there is because I didn't, the old task names the Lucas's family the like first characters available in the menu, which is like Casa. I don't know exactly what's there right away, but like they name the characters as quick as possible. But because we stayed away from hiragana characters, I was able to just name Duster the first available character, which was And you'll see that with the other characters that we end up naming. We can name them extremely quickly. And that's because we didn't name the characters anywhere near those in the main menu when we were naming Lucas's family. And now that we have Duster, he will be very useful to us. Alright, and this is next part of the reconstructed caribou. I'll let you take this one, Radix.
I guess you could call this like the first real boss of the game, as in the first boss that could actually pose a challenge, at least in terms of the tasks, since the other fights were basically just one turn, you select an option and you win. We'll see. The Bumblebee doesn't have too much use in this fight, except for dealing some extra damage. And again, we use Flint's Power Smash, which is the low accuracy move with 30% hit rate. We're doing all the select cancels on Boney, and the interesting thing about select cancels is it doesn't matter what character you do them on, as long as you do the same amount. So you could do 7 on Flint's turn or 7 on Boney's turn, and it won't make a difference for the RNG outcome. But as long as you manipulate enough, you'll always get the result you want.
Yeah, we had to power up Flint because he has the ability to gain some extra offense, and we did that so that we can get some extra damage in there. Little observation, we talked to Lucas on the furthest pixel, and then Klaus on the closest pixel. And then we get some very unfortunate news from Bronson here. And we'll just have to let it play out.
For anyone who's played this is probably one of the harder hitting scenes in the game. After we get out of here, we're gonna have one of the like forced instances of overworld RNG manipulation, which Ezra actually tasked, so I'll let him explain.
So, I'll have to, when we get closer to it. Do RTA runners do this? Well, they can't manipulate it, but do they get the item?
I think they get either this one or the one near the fight itself, near the Drago fight.
Yeah, so first thing we do is we have to go pay our respects to Hanala. Alright, so what we do is I'll run into that little staircase there, and what I did is I intentionally lost frames to manipulate a certain item to show up, which is called the better stick. The better stick gives us more offense, makes our attacks more powerful, and we need it for the battles up ahead because it will allow us to do a lot more damage. If we didn't grab it, it would lose time, so... I don't exactly remember how many frames it took to manipulate that, but I just ran up against that staircase so that way I wouldn't have to break Flint's stride.
That's another thing about like running in this game. If you run head-on into any collision, it will stop your run, but if you're running at a diagonal, like any diagonal angle, it won't matter and you'll just continue to run, just slower since you're running into the wall.
And there is another way to stop there is another movement mechanic that is TAS only, and it will be used way later in this run. I'll explain it when it happens, but that'll be much later. And if you use emulator, you can abuse this, but it's a movement mechanic that is TAS only, although it has very limited use. Part of the movement is corner cutting a lot. We do a lot of like pixel perfect corner cutting, and that's just to keep things as optimized as possible. Those little arrowhead things will help you find out where we're going, but we don't need them since we already know the route. Now we arrive at Aeolia's house. Once again, for all you musically inclined people, all the Magypsies are named after musical modes. Aeolia, the Aeolian, Ionian, Tigrian, stuff like that. Although you probably already knew that. So, an interesting quirk about this area, when I was tasking it, of course your view is very limited to just the center right here, while the brightness of everything else is around it. But what you can do is you can actually, if you use the emulator to remove a surface layer, I think layer 2, it'll actually remove that cover, and the whole entire cave becomes illuminated, and you can see everything, and that's how I tasked through this. And was a very difficult. Those molds are very hard to dodge. They required extremely precise movement to just run past them, but we got lucky. There was a little bit of overworld manipulation. I lost a few frames intentionally falling down that hole, so that way it would manipulate those molds to behave in that movement pattern so that I could dodge them. There is and I lost a frame or so around there to manipulate the enemy patterns around here so that I could easily dodge them all too. There's a lot of overworld enemy dodging. But
I think those moles are actually like one of the hardest like enemy pairs to dodge in the overworld, and like it technically is possible in like RTA runs, but it's only been done a few times. Okay, so we're coming up on the final fight of the chapter, which is the Mecha Drago fight. This is also the last time we're going to be controlling Flint, so it really doesn't matter what he has, other than what he'll need to do damage to the boss, which is why we picked up that stick. And it doesn't really matter what items we have.
man, all we need is the better stick in the Drago thing. Alec will help us out a little bit. Not in terms of physical damage, but healing us too. I guess I'll go ahead and take this one, because there is a specific thing that it did. Not only can RNG manipulation be used to influence the action of the RNG that you get, but it can also influence the enemy's decisions too. So when I hit the Drago, I hit the Mecha Drago with the Drago Fang, I manipulated it so that it would miss me, and so that I would take no damage that turn. And of course the Power Smash works every single time due to RNG manipulation. And I hit normally. I don't use the Power Smash there, and the reason why is because I need Alec to heal me up, and that way I can survive the Mecha Drago's final blow. Rolling HP mechanic in this game is incredibly useful in the tool-assisted speedrun. We abuse it constantly in the upcoming battles. So yeah, rolling HP is kind of a godsend sometimes. And right there, when I gave the Power Smash, it dealt 226 damage. I could have actually manipulated a Power Smash faster, but I needed it to do 226 damage specifically, and that one did. So, interesting bit right there when it comes to RNG manipulation. I had to manipulate the exact damage. But RNG manipulation has all sorts of uses in a battle. You can practically manipulate the behaviors of anything that you want to using it.
its manipulation could be done in like easier ways. This run could be very different, but unfortunately only select cancels or like selections uh, of options in your menus can actually influence the RNG. Uh, Other than encountering the enemy on a different overworld frame, the only options you have for RNG manipulation in combat is select cancels, which is the main method we use, and you can actually do different amounts of combos if you're doing a basic attack. There's a musical combo mechanic in this game where if you time your button presses to the beat of the music, you can do increasing number of hits for more damage. And you can abuse this in tasks to manipulate the RNG further, just on top of whatever select cancels you've already done. But regarding like chances in this game, uh, big thanks to Lorenzo on the Mother 3 Discord. He helped with a lot of information regarding chances for different actions to occur.
Oh yeah, another thing, because I was seeing some stuff in chat. Another thing is that this game uses dynamic memory, and it's a very different form of way of keeping memory in this game. And because of that, like RAM watch wasn't really used. And so for every time we did a select cancel manipulation, we had to manually check the results for that, and that could get tedious because we couldn't actually like watch anything to see what results we would get. We didn't use RAM watch is one of the most commonly used tools in a tool-assisted speedrun, but we did not really use any external tools to make this. We just used the game itself.
You did use RAM watch for the better stick manipulation though, right?
I did, because I did have the address for that, although I didn't really need it. It just made it a little bit quicker, but in terms of like RAM watch being used throughout the run, I didn't use it at all. That was the only instance of me. All right, chapter 2. Chapter 2 here is the first part of the run here that will feature input from RadixSmash. I did every single bit of Chapter 1 myself, but starting with the Clayman fight, I did bring RadixSmash onto the project to task those fights. And what this will do is that it will basically begin the I will task it up to the Clayman fight, but after that it'll basically begin a little duo of I'm doing the overworld and he's doing the fights. And that will basically be this.
Continue.
Yeah, that will be the way it goes for most of the game. There are some exceptions, but not very many. Thank you to Bria Guy for the $25 donation to the Open Medicine Foundation. We have lots of times for donations in this room.
Happy to be supporting a good cause.
Yep.
But yeah, basically the only times where basically starting from the Clayman fight is where I took over combat. The only times where like for example, I do any overworld movement, or Ezra does any of the combat, it's just like when it was small segments that weren't really worth switching over for.
We kind of had different expertise in passing this game, and we tag teamed it basically. So this is the zombie fight here. This fight in and of itself is a pretty easy fight to get through. You see the reason why we picked up that running bomb, I think, behind Wes's house there is for this fight alone. So I use RNG manipulation right off the bat to make sure that the running bomb kills 3 of those zombies right off the bat. And then for this last guy, I basically can just do double hits to make sure he just dies in a couple turns. One important thing is he needed to drop the Rotten Eclair, which I manipulated. And the reason we need to drop that is so that we can trade it for the rope snake. Of course, you could fight, and I think the other way to get a Rotten Eclair is to fight a ghost, and they will drop it. But in that case, we can just manipulate it to happen with the zombie.
I believe it's a 10% chance with the zombie, and it's a lot higher with the ghost. So if, for example, in an RTA run, it's really lucky if you actually happen to get the Eclair drop from the from the zombie. But if not, you have to fight Ghost to
we
grab
get a few
one.
more items there, and that will help us out with fights later. You can't run past this guy, you have to go through him, but luckily we just run away, and we don't have to fight him. We just, but we can't dodge him, he's in the way. That will happen a few times throughout this game. Sometimes enemies are just in the way, and you have to encounter them, but you can run away, or either if you can't run away, you can just manipulate it so that you can run away.
Yeah, the runaway RNG in this game is manipulated with the select cancels. It's not like set when you enter the fight, luckily. So you could just, however many cancels it takes, you can just do that and shouldn't be a problem.
Well, with the what I did whenever I encountered enemies, I just encountered it on a different frame so that I could run away from it. Although sometimes it's actually kind of surprising what enemies you can run from. You would think you wouldn't be able to dodge like that spider right there up that staircase, but we did. Of course, it's probably much harder to do in like an RTA run. You will probably be encountered a lot. You will probably encounter a lot more enemies in a RTA run all the time when you don't mean to. And but because this is tool assisted speedrun, we can dodge these enemies, and it takes quite a bit of time and effort to find the right inputs to maneuver around some enemies. But that's what tool assisted speedruns are for. So this is Mr. Passion. This is the last major boss fight that I will handle myself. And what I do basically is I smoke bomb him first, and then lower his offense and defense there. Reason why that is it makes him less effective, and so he won't like kill me. And just lower his stats, and I can just take him out by doing damage.
On his own doesn't have many like extra damaging abilities, so you could just like spam attack.
Yeah. Right around the time he does miss most of the time, but because my HP is low, what I do is I manipulate it so that he misses every time. Now that my HP is really low, he will kill me if he hits me another time, but because I have RNG manipulation, he will never hit me.
a lot of the reason why the smoke bomb was used, because it makes it much more reasonable and like faster to manipulate those misses. Otherwise, it wouldn't really be time effective.
Yeah. The RNG manipulation in this tool assisted speedrun is extremely intense. We heal up there. You take that furnace there, fall down it. Oh yeah, another thing that we don't use that the old task did a lot is combos. Whenever we use combos in this game, it's usually only 2 or 3, because like you can actually hit up to 16 combos, and the way that you do that is through timing it with the beat of the battle music. Of course, in a tool-assisted speedrun, you can make that happen a lot easier, but the full 16-hit combos are actually really slow. They take up a lot of time to do, and only a couple hits really do major damage, while the rest of the hits only do minor damage. So it's usually not time effective to do full 16-hit combos. So you will not see a lot of combos in this tool-assisted speedrun. If you do, they're usually only 2 or 3, because you can get some on the first 2 or 3 hits are really the only hits that do good amounts of extra damage. The other ones are too minor to be time effective. You make use of that time better by doing better strategies, using the items, and manipulating things to happen. So combos are not really that fast. The old task used them a lot, even when it really didn't need to. And that's part of the reason why this task is so much more optimized than the old one. Despite it being the same exact route. I forgot to mention this at the end of chapter 1, but by the end of chapter 1, we are actually about 30 seconds ahead of the old task. So we have already saved about 30 seconds.
Regarding the combos, in the Passion fight, they were mostly used for extra damage, since it does actually help out in the first combo does actually pretty decent damage. But later on, the majority of the use for combos isn't to deal extra damage, it's usually to manipulate RNG, as you'll see later.
Or nipple light. So this is the first ever fight that RadixSmash did. Now his starting with the this fight, his input is taking over. So this is now RadixSmash's input.
Okay, so I start off with the smoke ball again, just to lower his accuracy. Makes it a lot easier to force a miss. And now that we have Wes, he actually is pretty helpful in combat. So, as you see, he just did 115 damage. So he can actually be manipulated to do those attacks a lot more often.
So the secret arts.
Yeah, Secret Deep Arts is the one that does over 100 damage. And then he can also use Thunder Bombs. He won't use... you can make him use it when the enemy is very low on HP, but as long as the hit he doesn't kill the enemy, it is technically possible to manipulate at any point. It's hard for me to get all my thoughts out in the time it takes to do the fight, since it's over so fast, but
Well, you can still
Basically, yeah.
continue because there's a lot of overworld movement that you just have to get
Yeah.
through.
But at this point, we're heading to Kumatora, where we'll gain access to Sai, which is just basically this game's equivalent of magic.
There's a little maneuver there so that we can dodge those deer, the horse things, whatever they are. I don't remember their name. Everyone in chat, I want you to spam. I don't know if everyone has access to it, but if you have access to that Wes emote, spam it.
I don't think I have it, or I would do it to me.
Just spam dancing emoji. One of the more amusing scenes in this game.
Now we add Kumatora to our party. Did you do anything with the naming here?
What I did, I named her, I think Ka. Here, I'll see. Yeah, I did. I named her Ka. And that's the character below the first character. That's the fastest one that I can name her. You can't dodge those, so you just have to run away.
This room is the many RTA speedrunners' favorite room in the game. I know it's killed many of my few attempts at running this game. Because if you get hit by those brooms, you'll get sent back to like the bottom of the those corridors. But we're coming up on the Oso snake fight, which is the last fight of chapter 2. It's actually a pretty short chapter.
Yeah, I think it's the shortest chapter in the game. The first one is 40 minutes long. I think this one is only 22 minutes long.
Second shortest.
Second short. Oh yeah, chapter 3 is even shorter, actually.
Wait, is it? Is it? I don't. Sure.
Let me see. I can check.
That's not what I meant by second shortest.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
But if that's true, then it's the third shortest, I guess.
Yeah, no, chapter 2 is the second shortest one in the game. With the,
But we're heading into the Oso snake fight. Honestly, this is probably one of my favorite fights in the game, at least in this task. You'll see why soon. I just really like how this one played out.
This is why rolling HP is a godsend. You'll see why.
Similar to the Clayman fight, we're gonna have Wes use a lot of his secret thief arts. Kumatora will use PK Freeze throughout this fight. And again, we use Smoke Ball to hopefully have more misses. And the bombs we picked up, just to deal extra damage, they were more time effective than just using standard attacks. So this is the snake's big damaging move. He can dive, and it does a lot of her max HP to both Duster and Kumatora. But once he dives, he actually doesn't attack for a couple turns, which is where you're supposed to heal, but we don't really make use of that. Duster unfortunately does die, and we do need Kumatora to survive, and we last with 1 HP. And it is interesting because if this was on English, she wouldn't actually have survived, since text scrolls slower in English. And another interesting thing is Wes, as I said earlier, Wes doesn't actually use his thief arts if his attack will kill the enemy. So what I did there was manipulate Wes to move before Kumatora, since it isn't guaranteed their turn order. But since I got Wes to move first, he was actually able to use Thief Arts, and Kumatora could finish off Snake with PK Freeze.
The Chapter 2 Epilogue. So now we're actually a little over 2 minutes ahead of the 2010 tests, or the 2011 tests. And let's see what the world record is. Yeah, we're about 9 minutes ahead of the current world record.
I'm not sure if I mentioned this during the Otho snake fight, but it was actually really important that we had Kumatora stay alive instead of Duster. And you'll see why later in this chapter.
Great thing is this chapter actually takes place while the events of chapter 2 are happening. This is the only chapter that we played as Salsa for the entirety of it. I think we briefly control him a little bit in chapter 7.
Yeah, one point in chapter 7.
Yeah, but this is the only chapter where we fully control him throughout the entire thing. And then there he's named Go because you can press left and it'll take you to the other side of the the text menu there. So I hit left and take that character. That bomb will be useful for battle.
Yeah, I think we use it right here.
Yeah. Assad really is the one who's doing all the offense.
There's another fight later that's pretty infamous for being difficult, even in speedruns, but this fight can also be pretty difficult because Salsa doesn't actually do much of anything on his own. A lot of the work is done by Facade, and you can't control his actions. But we're able to manipulate him into throwing bombs, which takes care of the fight.
Everyone is being jerks to Salsa for no reason.
We'll have a revenge on Facade later, but for now we just have to do what he's telling us to.
Yeah. I really don't know if I should have done this, but what I mean by diagonal movement doesn't affect your speed. The goal here on this one is to hit every enemy in the room.
So I used Monkey Mimic there, which just has Salsa mimic the actions of whatever the enemy did. We really just needed Facade to take care of that fight since there wasn't much for us to do.
The Monkey Mimic is really only Salsa's good offensive tactic. It's pretty much useless in any other plan.
I think this is the chapter with the most downtime.
Yeah,
I
there's
think
really only.
yeah.
I think
There's only one more fight.
battle. Yeah.
So this is actually the point where Duster was heading to Otho Castle. So it's basically like put you back in time a little bit.
I'm surprised a hotel would even be in regular business in Tasmilly Village since it's such a small communal place. And I guess they have enough travelers.
I think it was around this point, or maybe a little earlier, when we were making this task, that I actually had to create the new route. So there were some strategies that were like theorized for the later parts of the game, but we never actually wrote a route for it. But at some point, I actually just did a full playthrough under like task conditions and saw if our theorized route was possible. It turned out to actually work, and you'll see later, but there are a few deviations, I think, later in this chapter, but most of what changes starts from the next chapter.
Yeah. Because most of this chapter is plot movement and overworld, there's hardly any battle action or anything. Radix got a lot of time to work some stuff out for the later game, while I did all of the overworld stuff. Oh. Facade is just bullshitting everybody like crazy here. He's got a nice monkey, so it works. You don't even see the arrows tell you what to do. Because they'll do it on the earliest possible frame.
Yeah, at that point, basically you have to mimic the button press that, like, Facade is showing. So if he moves his hands up, that's the button you want to press.
I'll be honest.
And normally it's the arrows, but...
I actually didn't know. I didn't have it memorized at all, so I would just use re-records to figure out what to press. Diagonal movement doesn't slow you down, so... But around this time, I figured out kind of a way to make the movement a little bit more entertaining to watch. Because if I just did like everything really plain, it would be very stale and get boring to watch. So I tried to spice up the movement. Because you don't want to do it too much because then it'll get overdone. So I tried to be pretty conservative with how much I, did funny things when moving around.
And when you're carrying the packages at these point, you're not actually able to run, which is why you have to walk to every location. I think this is one of the more monotonous parts.
Oh my god, yeah. It's not the most monotonous part, but...
The Clayman Factory, but...
the Clayman Factory was like... I had pretty low morale tasking that part. It was not fun to task walking. I wonder what they do with the cardboard.
I always thought that was part of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, wherever possible, you want to move diagonally. But if you're just going straight, again, it doesn't matter, so... Then we have free movement again. And if you actually read this text, the thought basically tells you that if you deliver all the packages within like 23 minutes, he'll give you like a reward. And even in the fastest completion of this task, he'll still shock you and say you took too long.
Or even, it's also being helped by the tool assisted speedrun is still not good enough for him, even though it's as fast as we could literally get it to be.
I think back there is actually a little optimization, and we actually don't know whether or not it's like a glitch. And I think we're like hesitant to call it a glitch, but you can actually run back towards the entrance and it'll trigger the continuation dialogue, which normally you'd have to like, I think, go up the stairs to activate. So that's a lot faster.
Give me some dance emojis in the chat. Only one person posted a dance emoji. Y'all can do better than that. Come on.
I believe those items are for the upcoming fight.
Yeah. I guess some people might be delayed a little bit. Alright, well the little left and right movements to get Facade and Salsa closer together was actually so to reduce movement. That saves frames. You'll see that a lot more in the later game of doing random things to reduce walking movement. The first 3 chapters of this game are kind of just introductory chapters. They're not really too relevant in the later game, but they introduce you to this world and everything that goes on to it. As I say, chapter 4 is really where the game starts.
At this point, we're basically approaching the end of the chapter, and we get Kumatora and Wes back in our party. I think this is the last time we'll have Wes as the party member. But for this upcoming fight, we'll be having Kumatora using a lot of PK Thunder, which is interesting since she actually didn't have access to it at the end of Chapter 2. And the reason we do now is because she actually stayed alive during that Otho Snake fight. And normally in this game you don't learn new PSI by leveling up, or by leveling up alone. Usually what happens is when you reach certain levels, you'll get a status ailment, which is a fever, which prevents you from running, which actually loses a lot of time throughout the run. But since we leveled up through a cutscene, basically, we don't have to deal with that in this case. And again, since we have Wes, we can use RNG manipulation to make sure he uses his C-parts for over 100 damage. But if Kumatora died in that Otho Snake fight, we wouldn't be able to use PK Thunder right now. And once the Pork Tank gets in this destroyed phase, it basically doesn't do like any damage at this point. It technically still could kill Salsa if it did enough damage, since it does do some still, but it's no big deal, since that's the last boss of this chapter. I'll be right back. I'm gonna just go grab a drink.
And now we're a little under 3 minutes ahead of the old 2011 test. 2 minutes 50 seconds, I think. I'm not precise on that one, and yeah, now we're around 12 minutes ahead of the current world record.
Second back.
Alright, chapter 3 epilogue.
Alright, coming into chapter 4, this is basically where the game really starts, and where the new route mostly comes into effect, as you'll see soon.
Pretty much first thing in chapter 4 is a route change.
Yeah, we basically immediately take a detour from where the old task went.
I think most RTA runs too.
Actually, I think we're more on an RTA path than a fast path, but we'll...
Yeah,
see
I don't
how-
know. We'll get into it.
So we're actually going through a time skip, and we start controlling our main protagonist, Lucas, for the rest of the game. A lot of the first 3 chapters is just you bouncing through different important characters, but since you finally gain access or gain control of your main character at this point, this is where a lot of game mechanics start building up.
Three years later. Frog gets a little mad at us that we skipped out on its explanation of DP. But what it is that Kazumili now has a new currency called Dragon Points. It's basically money in this game. It will serve a purpose. The Safe Frog kind of acts as your ATM machine. Get that bomb.
I believe it was to sell. I'm not fully clear on that, but I think that's what it was for. Rather than any like damage or anything. You'll see in this route we have a lot of need for money as compared to the old route, which will become clearer later. So at this point, we actually continue on with the main story. If you were to go into the forest at this point, from chapter 4 onwards, there's a 3% chance that an enemy called the Black Beanling will spawn. And you can try as many times as you want, and it's just a 3% chance. The old tasks and a lot of RTA runs make use of them, because they give over 16,000 XP per enemy, and they're not that difficult to defeat. And 16,000 is like one of the highest values in the game. So the old task basically uses it for leveling up and gaining access to all psychic abilities, which really helps with the use of Black Beanlings at all in this route. So we technically are under-leveled, but we have different strategies for taking care of bosses.
Now, unlike the old tasks as well as RTA runs, we will entirely omit the Black Beanlings. That's the first major route change. So now that Lucas learns a PSI, that he'll learn something called PK Love. That'll be his like flagship offensive attack. These enemy dodging is actually not that difficult. It's just that wanted to make it more entertaining to look like we were just barely getting away from them.
So here, these enemies, actually, we encountered 3 of them. They have a 5% chance of dropping an item. I think it's called the... Actually, I think it's just the good stick we used earlier. Or better stick, actually.
Good stick.
Oh, good stick, okay. We picked these up just to sell, not to use in combat or anything. These actually go for a lot. A pretty decent amount will be used for the upcoming boss fight. And as for the weird inputs just prior to encountering them, that was actually one of the other times we used overworld manipulation for combat. That was just basically to stall for time to encounter them on a different frame, just to manipulate the drop.
In the English translation of this game, what it does is when you name your character in the sanctuary, it'll ask you to reconfirm your name here. But in the Japanese version, it asks you it in Japanese in the sanctuary, and then in English in the factory. And so for our English name, we make it Tex. What will happen is that the player name will show Tex in the credits. Thought that was a cool addition. It did waste a bit of time, but we felt that the time was worth it to do that. This is probably the most monotonous part to task. It's already one of the most monotonous parts of the game in general, but making sure it was done fast was especially painful to do. It was not fun at all. You have to adjust your position.
Three in total, so you have to basically do this 3 times. Luckily, the second... Yeah.
You already said what I was going to say.
Yeah, they're always in the same position, and the second one is as soon as you walk down, so that one's quick at least.
Yeah. The first one is the worst. And that's it for the factory. That was not fun. And we only got 200 DP for it, so that was not very much money. Kind of reflects real life a little bit. You don't get paid very much to do stuff like that.
This is probably one of the best, like, joke parts of the game, but basically everyone enjoys the part.
Yeah. Nah. This is real clever. Sure, nobody knows who that woman is. Violet. Definitely isn't somebody.
In here, you have to talk to everyone in the room. And once you do, you get the first of 2 DCMC performances.
Alrighty, just sit back and enjoy the music.
Here we actually head down to pick up a saltwater gun, which is used for damage later. And it's similar to Earthbound in that if you encounter enemies with the back attack, which will show as a green swirl animation, you get a guaranteed runaway.
Anybody who has headphones or a stereo setup is circles around. But it's a really pretty tune. I used to know how to play it, but I forgot now. It's left hand mostly plays arpeggios.
Here we're heading into the attic dungeon. We actually sell those items we picked up, like the better sticks from the I'm blanking on the name, but those enemies earlier. And we buy some pencil rockets for Boney for this upcoming fight. We're gonna fight again later on for more money. It's just that those enemies were the most convenient and fastest to get money for just this fight. But this is the infamous boss. This takes out a lot of runs, and it's just thought of to be very difficult casually.
Not so much a problem until assisted speed.
Yeah. I actually think the RNG was really favorable. I barely had to do any manipulation to get these positive results. But once we take out the side members, on his second turn he'll never attack you, he'll always buff after the ads are taken care of. So that's basically a guaranteed turn. And afterwards I manipulate him to use Hypnosis and Miss, which basically means he does nothing on that turn. And that fight taken care of.
Now we've formed our dream team.
Yeah, this is the main party we'll be using for the most of the rest of the game. At least somewhat.
Yeah, there are parts of the game where they get separated later on, but this is the main team. Bon voyage. So now that we didn't go for the black beanlings going all the way to the forest for those, we actually ended up saving about 3 minutes. So that means we're about 6 minutes ahead of the old tasks. And about 16 minutes ahead of the current world record.
But that's it for chapter 4. Continuing on from not using black beanlings to gain XP, we're actually gonna make another routing deviation right here. Normally you would go up to continue on with the game. We actually head to the left. And we just did a little RNG manip right there to spawn this enemy we're about to fight. It's called a top dogfish. It's basically the money equivalent of the black bean lane. It also has a 3% spawn rate. And normally killing one will drop, I think, 862 DP. Which on its own is not a lot, but it also has, it's guaranteed to drop a Meteotite, which sells for an extra, I believe it's either 2,000 or it's an extra 2,500 DP. And we're gonna fight in total 4 of them, which gives us an extra 13,000, nearly 13,500 DP extra, which we're gonna make use of soon.
This is basically our own black bean.
They are actually fairly strong, so we fight 2 at a time, and after the second pair, we go to the left here to the hot spring to heal up. Just because we use a lot of our psychic abilities. This is also where we get introduced to Fever, which just stops us from running until it runs out. There's nothing really we can do about that, since it activates based on your level. At this point, we actually don't need to go back to heal since we can heal later on, which is faster than walking back.
They all just like status effects, like paralysis and offense and stuff.
You also get Boney back. He randomly disappeared for an entire chapter, but he came back, so...
Luckily, knowing the route, we know exactly which hole to go into. Duster fucking died.
I believe that item pickup is just to sell for extra money later on. That's most of the items we pick up from this point is just for extra money.
Lucas is very professional right now. I wish the sound effect would play like that anytime I started drumming in my car. Imagine everybody around the block here went dun-dun-dun.
Very strange. It's just random. This is always where I felt the game got more Earthbound-like. From like its heavy emotional content early on.
Bruh, they fucking died.
Here's the next fight. First time with all 4 of our party members in our team.
This guy really likes DCMC. Like if you use DCMC, if you show him DCMC merch, He's such a big fan of them that he literally just like freezes up.
This is one of the less interesting fights in terms of what the enemy actually does to you, because he just doesn't do anything. So the interesting thing with Kumatora in this fight is we actually have to manipulate the PK Fire to burn. And burn as a status ailment in this game is prior to the enemy's action. If the burn is still active, it'll do a set 5% of the enemy's max HP and damage. Not its current HP, so whatever its HP is at, it'll do 5% of the total. So we actually use RNG manipulation to force the PK Fire to burn, since it's not guaranteed, which helps us do some extra damage. That item pickup was again to sell for money. And that's another major route deviation from basically every other run of this game, is we don't talk to that mouse that we just passed by. Which, if you do that side quest, she'll give you an item called a Shield Snatcher, which allows you to remove any enemy shield. But we actually don't need it in this run, so we just skip it entirely.
PK Fire there. Chapter 5 is very boss heavy, so it's important to heal on the way.
We use this a lot throughout the chapter, but we basically just make PK Fire burn the enemy, which does 90 damage in this case. What we're having Guster do is lower the enemy's defense. The blue arrow indicates defense change, and I think the red arrows indicate offense changes. This is also the first instance of shields, but this is just a physical shield, so it doesn't really impact what we're doing.
Tokyo Drift.
Again, we heal up for the next fight.
Have to walk around them.
This is the second Pork Trooper fight. And it's very similar to the first one. We just used DCMC, Mercs to stun him. And again, use burn to do some extra damage.
It's important that we heal up for the next fight.
You can't really see, but I think we just sold some stuff, right?
Yeah.
Basically, all of the menuing in this run, you can't really tell what's happening. But here's where we learn PK Flash.
Yeah. Lucas died. Fever can be annoying because then you have to walk everywhere.
It's one of the nice things about just New Game Plus runs. Don't have to deal with that. This is one of the more like intense fights mechanically, I guess you would say. We use the saltwater gun we picked up earlier. And again, we use smoke bombs with Buster to force misses. That PK Firehead that only did 12 damage was more just for the burn. since it deals an extra 166 damage per turn. But after that, once we activate the burn, we just hit with PK Freeze. Starting out, there's not much to this fight, but he'll charge up and use his electric attack. At this point, we have to heal. Just to prevent anyone from dying.
During his downtime, you can basically use it to deal as much damage as you need to.
Yeah, once he uses electric attack, he'll just power down for a few turns. And the only action he has is healing 100. So we just use this time to just deal damage. At that point, we've actually dealt enough damage to kill him at that point. It's just that he has to cycle through his routine, which is why we just defended or ran away on one of the turns.
Luckily, Lucas managed to survive that. Sorry,
running away. No, you're good. But running away is actually one of the tactics we use at some points, just because it's faster to cycle through turns, if that's what you need to do in any combat. The only use of defending is it actually forces your HP to roll slower, which we do actually make use of, but in only a couple fights. that's pretty much it for chapter 5.
Now, by the end of chapter 5, because we skipped the beanlings in chapter 5, we are around 16 minutes ahead of the old tests.
Now that we're in chapter 7, this is where most of the game's, I guess, length is located.
This is the longest chapter in the game. Have Eonia tied up right there.
Yeah, so now we're heading back to Aeolia's house. And we're about to learn about the 7 needles. And what's interesting about this chapter specifically is there's a segment after we learn this scripted part where you have to go through a sequence of 4 needles, and the game kind of pushes you in the direction of going through the needles in a specific order, but you're actually not forced to do that, and you can take them on in any order you choose to. So the standard order that the game persuades you to go into is to go through the Chimera Lab first, then the Snow Mountain, then Tane Tane Island, Saturn Valley, then Tane Tane Island last. We're actually going to take a different route. So this is one of the other major route changes from the original task.
So Aeolia disappears because her needle gets pulled. When the needles get pulled, their respective Magypsy disappears, and they leave behind the mementos, and mementos are helpful because what they can do is that if you have them in battle, then they will revive you fully in a battle, and that will actually be abused much later, near the mostly near the end of the game. That will be abused. This is basically an explanation of what the 7 needles are. It states that there is a dragon that controls that it lives at the bottom of the item that's tied up by these 7 needles to power it, and that if someone with a good heart pulls the needles, it'll do their bidding. Well, if someone has a bad heart, it will do their evil bidding. So it's just basically a exposition dump that Ionia is giving us here.
Basically the point where you get free choice as to how you take the rest of the chapter. First, we're gonna go to Hinawa's grave, and Nippolite's gonna give us a courage badge, which will be useful later. Here we're gonna get a phone call that basically tells us or persuades us to go to the Chimera Lab, which is one of the 4 needle locations that you have to take in this chapter. But we're actually gonna ignore that and go to Saturn Valley instead. This is for a very important route change, which you'll see when we get there. When you're going through here in Chapter 7, you would be picking up the mice for that side quest, but we're not actually getting the Shield Snatcher here. So that does save some time.
The Frogs Act is kind of an ATM, so we can get all our money out of it that we've got up from like fighting and everything. You get DP every time you fight. So Duster has been tied up, and we need to get him out because we need him back. So we'll have to get through these guys.
It's a pretty simple fight as we played it here. We're just spamming PK Love. Boney's just defending.
The Pig Masks are the one that actually does damage. They have a lot less HP than the Fright Bot in the middle, though. What the Fright Bot does is that it just tells, like, scary things. Or just tries to, like, say really, like, scary or horrifying things, but it doesn't actually do any damage, so it really is not that threatening.
It basically just stalls for time. Normally, at this point, you'd have Kumatora if you were following the standard route, but since we're going a different way, we get Duster back first.
They sell all those stuff, and then we just buy a whole bunch of honey showers. We fill our inventories full of them, and people who know this game really well might be catching on, but we'll
But
go
we
and
do
heal in the
this.
hot spring.
Yeah, we need a lot. We're gonna need a lot of those honey showers, so we fill our inventories beforehand, since there's actually an item guy right up here. And we basically give him all but like 6 of them. You can't really tell since they don't show up, but we give all of the honey showers we just bought, except for 2 each. And that'll free up space so we can buy more later. And this is the only location in the game you can actually buy honey showers, which is why we came here first.
Lucas gets fever, which makes things annoying. Figuria loves to sleep, so she just leaves a note for us. You have to, these rocks will move over for you, but you have to do it in a specific order, so that way you can open up the left side. I mean, kind of these two pigments, I actually tasked to this fight myself, and let's just say what happens is kind of hilarious. I didn't know how I managed to get this to happen, but I did. So what I want to do is I basically and then what happens is after this turn, I manipulated it to where they just forfeit the fight and run away, and we automatically win. Had to run into the wall a little bit for them to dodge those enemies.
Yeah, we actually used some of our... Just because we took some damage, we screw up prior to this. But you'll see, this is going to be exactly why we didn't use any black greenlings.
If you're part of the Mother 3 speedrunning community, I want you to pay real good attention.
This is the main goal of the route we theorized before we even started this task. But you'll see. Just to be clear, we're using the honey showers we just bought. and he's dead. So Facade actually has 3200 HP. And we make use of Honey Showers, which have a 10% spawn rate for a bear, which can deal 800 damage, ignoring any defense and shields. So it's not unreasonable to force 2 bears to spawn when you're using 3, which is what we do there. What normally happens, as you probably saw, was 90% of the time, a Honey Shower will cause a swarm of bees, which deal about 100 damage. But that 10% chance is what we make use of. But that's
what happens?
Yeah, that's the first
What
thing.
happens when we use 2 Honey Showers is it becomes a 1% chance because it's 10% multiplied by 10%. So really, that has a 1% chance of happening to get 2 Honey Showers working all in the same term.
The chance is slightly better if you're using 3 and then you manipulate it so that 2 actually hit, which is why there are some wasted Honey Showers, because otherwise it would be unreasonable time-wise to expect the game to allow me to force 2 Honey Showers, force a 1% chance, like 3 times in a row.
Not able to dodge that enemy, so I just have to run away. The old tasks, so part of the advantage of them going the black beanlings and leveling up is that they can just run through the enemies. They don't even encounter them, but we don't get that luxury, so... But it's worth the time saved that the Honey Showers give us. Thing is that really the Honey Showers are actually not faster than leveling up. It's just that when it comes to the fights itself, the real-time save comes from skipping the overworld movement and the time it takes to level up with the black beanlings. So, as a matter of fact, it's that we save time by not going out and leveling up. That's where the time save comes from.
I believe some fights are still faster, even with this route, though.
Yeah, some are, but not a lot of them. We get some more money.
So we actually picked that stuff up for another full set of Honey Showers, just because the ones we bought initially were to store with the item guy, who's really conveniently placed here. And we can fill up our inventories again since we're gonna need more than what we bought the first time.
Interesting thing about this coffee break here is that it actually doesn't heal you, which is a little weird because you'd think being in the hot spring would heal you, but it does not heal you. This is really just a recap.
If you wanted to heal, you could just stay in the hot spring a little longer after that sequence, but we don't really need it, so we can just skip it. And then Mr. Saturn takes that courage badge that Nibelite gave us, and he'll give it back to us later. And that was our last set of honey showers, since we can't come back here after we leave.
Of how Lucas's ass is just hanging out there.
So we actually got dropped near the beach here, but since the game expects you to do that needle we just did third out of the 4, we get dropped near the entrance to Tane, or the ocean, which brings you to Tane Tane, which we're actually gonna go to first. Normally you would go here last in any standard run, or even just casually. This is the last place you go to in this chapter, but the only reason we go here first is because it would lose time to actually run all the way back to the Chimera Lab, since you don't get dropped here again. So we only come here first to save on overworld movement.
There's also one of the more monotonous parts of the game. A lot of casual players of this game don't really care for this underwater section. Can't really dodge this enemy. It's just in the way. It's a lot more difficult to dodge enemies when you're just walking. When you can't run, you can't really dodge enemies. We have to, these things are basically human oxygen tanks, or mermaid oxygen tanks. And, if you run out of oxygen, what happens is that it brings you back up to the surface and you have to restart. So that's why a lot of people really don't like this section of the game. That was right on her tail.
The cool optimization is you can actually skip that oxygen machine, since you can just barely make it to the end. But now we have the Master Eddie fight. And you'll see this is a very similar fight to the one we just had against Usad.
Doesn't matter if any of the characters actually die, because we're all sent back up to Tane Tane anyway.
At this point, we lose all the items we had. And we get that to like 1 HP.
So they're rather hungry, so they eat these mushrooms that are just found now. And they probably should not have done that.
Play through this normally. It's supposed to be like a pretty nightmarish section.
Basically a bad trip.
Yeah. It was originally supposed to be like even worse, but I think they had to tone it down.
Dodging her was difficult. Had to maneuver around them. Now I get to Mixolydia's house.
She just basically hits us normal.
Yeah, smack some sense back into it. You can see the spot where Kumatora was supposed to be.
You can really tell they didn't want you to come here first, just because that spot's still available. If you wanted to, you could just come here with Lucas and Boney alone.
It would make the Barrio Trio fight more difficult, although it'd be possible. You just need a lot of healing. Luckily, Ocho here has our items, so we get them back. Was not able to maneuver around that enemy, so just faster to encounter it and run away.
You're going to be hearing a lot of that bear going forward. This was the longest fight, I believe. From what I remember, this is the longest fight for me to task. I think this took me over 6 hours, just because the RNG is really difficult to get 2 bears with only 3 party members. This is another one of those bosses where even if you've dealt enough damage to kill it, it has to finish out its routine. Like, it has to use Starstorm, it has to strike its final pose. So at this point, we're basically just stalling for time. Which is why it just died without us even hitting it. It already had been dealt mortal damage. We just had to finish its whatever cycle it was on.
Final pose. We don't get to pull this needle this time because the masked man swoops in and takes it away from us.
Even though we have like 5 minutes to do it, we just don't. We just watch.
I'm probably too busy wondering what the hell is going on, but I wouldn't assume it was good. I'd just pull the needle.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know why they're just standing around there. I mean, they pull the red carpet out and everything. You can tell that you're actually supposed to do this part first and then go to Saturn Island, because in the Saturn Island, one of the Mr. Saturns turns our courage bag into a Franklin badge, which would have actually reflected that back onto the masked man, but because we did it out of order, it's not.
No, that actually happens later.
Oh
They
yeah,
take
that
your
does
courage
happen.
badge, yeah. I
Oh,
think,
yeah,
yeah,
I
you
got
get
it
it back.
wrong. I got it backwards.
I
So
believe
that does have it better. It's
I believe
at the
Saturn
bridge.
Valley. Yeah.
It's near I forget. I think Lydia's house. It's the Chippy-a-Toy temple. Oh, it
Ionios,
does.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I was completely wrong. Just disregard everything I said.
You're supposed to go to. We basically did the. So there's 4 in this like open world segment, basically. We did the 3rd and 4th ones first. Saturn Valley you're supposed to do 3rd, and Tani Tani is supposed to be last. But now we're done with this section. Normally you'd be going to end the chapter at this point, but we still have 2 more needles to go through.
Was not able to maneuver around that enemy again. That mushroom will chase you down. I tried every way I could to dodge it, and I could not do it. Over and around. Didn't matter. It always got me. You couldn't dodge these enemies either, but luckily you can just run away from them. No, we actually go back in the water here. Typically, we just ride Ocho back to the main island, but we're not going to do that.
Normally you're supposed to take Ocho back, but drowning also sends you back to the mainland.
Is he going to get it? He's too late.
No oxygen for Lucas.
What happens is that instead of riding Ocho back to the mainland, and when we go back into the water and drown, it's actually faster. That saves about 11 seconds. So that's an improvement that from the old task. The old task did not do that strategy. I mean, you can also take the train, but the train is slower too. It actually is about 10 or so seconds slower. It's a little wild to believe. You wouldn't think it, but it is faster to travel on foot. Which I think is another improvement from the old task. I don't think I think the old task took the train, but I may be misremembering. So this is another improvement from the old task. It's a trick that they do in the RTA runs. After you complete the Chimera lab, you're supposed to go to the mole cricket hole and open it, and there's this entire cutscene. But it is available to open before you visit the Chimera Lab. So if you go and open the mole cricket hole before going to the Chimera Lab, you'll skip that cutscene so that we don't have to go through it, and that saves. I don't know how much time that saves, but it does save a pretty good amount of time. Put those on as disguises so that we don't get spotted. Really, we're not supposed to be in here.
So we're in here looking for the monkeys, which happen to be Salsa and his girlfriend from earlier. So,
Samba.
oh, Samba. Yeah, I didn't remember. So this is basically just a mini boss. So what's interesting about this fight is, I don't know if they intended for this, but you're maybe supposed to lose the fight, because if you lose this fight, the game will actually proceed like as intended. It'll just show you that you've lost instead of beaten it. So what the RTA runs do is they actually die on purpose since it's faster. But in our case, we don't want to wait for the rolling HP to scroll all the way down. So we actually just kill the fight in one turn using the honey showers.
With Dr. Ando Nuts, if you've played Earthbound. And when you're actually playing this game, if you encounter the ultimate chimera, it just instantly game overs you. You don't even fight it. You just die.
So Dr. Andonuts is basically telling us that, like, the Ultimate Chimera has an off switch on its back, and Salsa overhears that, and he recognizes Lucas, so he can come to help us.
I think the isn't the Ultimate Chimera in Super Smash Brothers? Like, I think if you hit it in Super Smash Brothers, it just instantly knocks you off.
I think it has different effects. One of them like instantly kills you. In one of the games, at least.
It might be different depending on what game it is. That's some trivia that people who don't know anything about Mother 3 wouldn't know. I find it interesting that they've never localized Mother 3 for the West, but they'll have no problem including its content in spin-off games.
This is the one time outside of Chapter 3 where you have control of self, though. So, in the RTA speedruns, people actually, I believe, like, transfer items between characters just to sell more stuff, but we don't need to do that here. So the needle is under that big pond of water. So luckily, Dr. Andonuts has some chimeras, so that we can clear out that water. We choose the pump pipe chimera. So interesting that we have to have like living chimera creature that will do this job for us. You think that Doria would just use a shovel? But I guess it's easier because you don't have to patch it back up. I don't know, I'm not an expert in landscape. But Doria loves it.
This. Fortunately, Kumatora gets very sad because she was raised by the Magypsies. So it's kind of hard on her knowing that they're all disappearing one by one.
Third or fourth of the four middle of the chapter needles. You basically go through 6 of the 7 total in this chapter, but the first and last one are scripted. And I don't know if we mentioned this, but every needle we actually pull successfully, we gain access to the next level up of PK Love. So since this is the second needle we pulled, we now have Love Gamma, which is the third level of Love.
So Salsa and Samba can enjoy their time together. Also gives Kumatora a nut. Had to run into the wall a little bit to dodge those enemies. Well, now we go down into the Mole Cricket Cave. Now, the Mole Cricket wants their revenge. We kicked their asses in the first fight, but they're gonna get us back.
Fight. It's the hardest fight in the game.
This is an extremely difficult fight. RTA runners, it kills so many runs. That was super difficult. I think I tasked that and it took me like 40 tries. I couldn't get it right. It was so difficult.
Yeah, I actually wasn't able to do it. That's why I gave it to Ezra.
Yeah. You see, they really upped the ante on that one.
So the maneuvering throughout these, the Mole Cricket Cave is pretty weird. Like, it doesn't look like it, but the turns through the narrow corridors are like frame perfect. So it's pretty hard to do in RTA runs without like bonking or like moving in like diagonal so you don't stop running.
Every single one of those corner turns is frame perfect.
But this route is actually pretty easy once you memorize it.
Yeah. So every single corner, take a turn. Interesting fact about this track right here, it's called Snowman. I think it's the only song in the Mother series to be used in every single game. Oh, and there's the mechanic out there. This is a task-only movement mechanic, but if you press left and right at the same exact time, you will run in place. Like, you will not stop running, but you will not move. So you can actually pause your movement while running. Luckily, the item guy is right there, so he can grab a bunch of honey showers. But, if you press left and right at the same exact time, you'll stop moving. But because on a real controller, you can't actually do that. It's not allowed in RTA runs. Because it requires controller modification. It's TAS only.
This is the first time we actually have Kumatora in Chapter 7. So, with an item guy nearby, so we can actually fill our inventory.
Yeah.
And the walk-in place movement also works with up and down.
Yeah, up and down, left and right. It's not possible to do on a controller, but both of those will stop your movement. So if you use like an emulator and you don't use a controller or something, what you can do is you can press them at the same exact time. If you have to enable the option in your emulator to allow it, and you can try it out. It's an interesting mechanic, although it's probably not too useful in casual gameplay. But in a tool-assisted speedrun, it can help us dodge enemies by just letting them run by. Unfortunately, the masked man beat us to the punch on this needle.
We would have let him pull it anyway.
Yeah, considering we didn't do shit the last time.
But this is typically the first Chapter 7 boss you'd fight, and you wouldn't have Gupster for it. This is actually a pretty big run killer in RTA runs, since you come here first normally. So here we have to fight this Steel Mecharilla. Now that we have 4 party members, it's a lot easier to manipulate 2 honey shower bears with 4 total honey showers instead of just 3 per turn. So these manipulations are a lot easier, faster to perform just in real time and in the game. Turns and he's done. this point, we've gone through all the main chapter 4 needles, so we just have to head towards the end of the chapter.
This game's music uses quite a bit of organ, as well as wacky stereos. And we come back in to the Tasmili village in a refrigerator.
Luckily, it's not a bad place that they put you in. It's pretty close to where we're actually headed. So we can just head straight there.
Luckily that chicken snake or whatever it's called moved out of the way for us to get fever. Because enemies are much harder to dodge when you're you can't actually run through enemies when you walk. Because if you're like high enough level, you can just run through an enemy and won't encounter it. But if you're walking, you will encounter every enemy. But because we are higher leveled, what they do is they actually end up running away from you. But luckily we learn everything. Kumatora learns like some, I think, PK freeze moves. The text goes by so fast it's hard to read. And, no, Lydia left us behind a jar of pickles, so we tripped and we lost them. So we need to go and find them. And this is actually the only part of the game where we control Boney, I think. Luckily we know where the pickles are and we find them right there. I wonder how they got all the way over there. Gotta encounter that guy because he's too tight of a space.
Those guys are actually the enemies that drop Lucas's best weapon at a 3% drop rate.
But we don't need them, so. Come up to Ionia's house here, and we give him the jar of pickles that Lydia left behind. You see, this is where the Mr. Saturn stops us to turn our courage back into a Franklin badge. He polishes it up.
Yeah, the Franklin badge is in every Mother game. It just allows the holder to reflect electricity. It becomes progressively more important with each game.
You gotta deal with these pig masks here.
This isn't normally the kind of fight you would use honey showers for, but these guys have enough HP that makes it worth it.
They did. Alright, now that we dealt with them, time to deal with him himself, the masked man.
For the first time. Okay. This fight has 5,000 HP, which if you were to only use bears would take like about 6 or 7. We actually make use of PSI in this fight though, just because at this point your abilities have leveled up enough that they're actually pretty good in comparison with the bears. They're not as good as the bears yet, but at this point it's worth it over the extra time you would have to take to manipulate bears and the money you would have to spend to get more.
I don't know if this was mentioned yet, but defending actually slows the loss of your HP. So you can defend and it will slow down your HP. It can allow you to survive in some situations.
But that's it for Chapter 7's fights. So this is actually where we're going to learn the two best Psy moves in the game, or at least two of the best Psy moves in the game. We're not going to learn PK Ground, which is the best ability, because with Kumatora, you actually have to be level 60 to learn that ability. But these come close. Kumatora just learned PK Starstorm, which is not as good as the Honey Shower Bear, which is really weird to say, but it's pretty good in comparison. It'll deal about 700 damage, where Bear is closer to anywhere from 750 to 850. And here with Lucas, we're going to learn PK Love Omega, which is about on par with the Honey Shower Bear, except it's to all enemies. The only downside is it costs a lot of PP, and it is affected by shields. So like, if there is a counter in place or a Psychic Shield, you will deal about half damage, and take damage in return. But they are good enough that they will save time over using more Honey Showers. So we will make use of them in the coming chapter. With that, that's it for chapter 7. We are going to get flown to New York City with the limo driver.
By now, we're about 44 minutes ahead of the current world record.
So on the limo, you actually have about 30 seconds of real time before you're able to talk to the driver. You just stall for time here. And after 30 seconds go by, you can talk to him and you'll get the cutscene to New York City.
Yeah, we're about 14 minutes ahead of the old tasks. Or I think a little bit more than 14 minutes. I'm not exactly sure. Chapter 8, All Things. And then get our money out for some shopping later. Not actually allowed to run in this theater, otherwise we'll get scolded for it.
We're gonna lose Boney for a bit here. And the movie that's playing is of Earthbound themes.
We go into the arcade here. We get a good encounter on him, so that way we can just run away, and using our invincibility frames, we can just run through the other people.
Here we're gonna get a big lore dump about this game's story.
So this is the massive exposition dump that will take multiple minutes. Interesting thing about the background music, it's actually Eric Satte's Gymnopedie #1. It's literally just ripped from that. Not ripped from it, it is that. So it's pretty cool. I think it was like 1900s, like 1900 something, I don't know, a long time ago. But basically what Leader explains here is how the world of Nowhere Island came to be, and that the world was destroyed long ago, and the people that remained came to create this Nowhere Island and start over completely, brand new, wipe the slate clean. And just, but what they did is that they had to make sure that nobody could remember the old world. So they wiped everyone's memories to start fresh. And Leader was the one who was tasked to keep a hold of those secrets. And that's why he's relatively been silent throughout the whole game, if you may notice if you've played it. So, but it's one big explanation of the backstory of the entire game. And then Leader warns us about Porky. Porky and Earthbound, Porky and Mother 3. And tells us that we need to stop him at all costs. Interesting thing about Porky is that really his name is supposed to be Porky, and that he resembles, he looks like a pig, kinda. But due to a mistranslation by the localizers of Earthbound, he got named Pokey. So he's known by both names. Although his intended name is supposed to be Porky.
I believe they fixed it in Smash too.
Yeah. Yeah, Newport City.
But here we are for the Facade rematch. We can make use of that new Sai we got. For the most part, is as effective as Honey Showers, apart from being cut by shields, but when that's the case, we can compromise. Yeah, so Starstorm isn't as good as the Love and Honey Showers, but it's pretty close. And that's the last we'll see of Facade.
There's an interpreter is freedom. The unfortunate thing that I didn't realize at first is that I could have went and purchased some stuff from the pig mask under the tree here earlier, and it would have been faster to do so because I would have not had to gone around to do it. But that area gets blocked off by a bunch of people after that whole thing, so I do have to go around. So that's a time save that I did not realize at first. But since you still got to go around a little bit even after that, it didn't lose too much time. It was just a little thing that was realized until after it was too late. Then you get inflicted with the fever.
I believe we bought just some super bombs and saltwater guns.
Yeah.
And there with the item guy, we just managed our Honey Shower inventory and our mementos, which are the items that revive you in combat. We still have a little bit of item management left, but it's just to mostly switch around some items that we pick up.
And I still have Duster's old wig when he was in the band. Right.
And
So
this
here
is the
we'll
second DCMC performance.
sit back and enjoy the music. Orky kind of invades on our musical performance here. Grab a super bomb for later. Do some inventory management, just sorting items around between us, and giving some to others. Such.
I think that was the last item we had to pick up on the field, so just waited until we got that, and then we could do everything at once.
Luckily, one turn and very low level enemy we easily defeated.
This is the toilet dungeon. It's very easy to run through if you just know the correct doors. We don't actually do it here, but one of Lucas's ultimate equipment items is behind one of the doors. But the ultimate chimera is also there, so you can re-encounter him. That's the enemy that instantly kills you if you touch it. But we have no need for the item, so we can just skip it.
Oh, they have water fountain statues with Porky pissing. That's nice. Facade turned out to be Locria. Is the missing Magypsy was Locria, and Locria is Facade. So we grab Facade's memento essentially, because he was a traitor Magypsy. A lot of enemy dodging going on around here. Feel bad for the guy, the construction workers that we have to knock over to cross these bridges. This game has its slapstick moments sometimes. Or left plus right to enemy dodge.
This is the last area before the Porky minigames.
The save frog that's in that capsule, you can actually save your game with.
This is the part where you're playing against Porky, or a Porky bot in 3 mini games. The gimmick of these is you have to barely lose.
And Porky bots don't like it whenever you win. Porky is a very sore loser, so you have to intentionally throw the games. You can't throw it too hard or it'll catch on, but you just have to throw the game slightly.
For this game, for example, the Porky bot hits 10, you have to hit 9. But there's a lot of downtime, so you can do some cool stuff with tests.
Yeah. It's very easy to win these games, but you're not supposed to. It's part of the whole gimmick.
If you look through these, you may see some hidden messages. You'd have to parse it out though.
Did you have
movement, yeah.
Did you hide Morse code in the?
Yeah, I did. I think there's some in the later ones too. It should be pretty obvious when I do it, since I'm just like walking in a straight line. This is a cool one. This is like a race. Except you're obviously not supposed to win. You have to like walk slowly across and cross just after the Porcubot does. I used the running in place trick there just to fake out like I was not gonna... like I was actually gonna cross the line, but I just didn't. And there's more Morse code.
I actually crossed the line 1 frame after the Porcubot did.
Right, I think I forgot to mention, I actually tasked these segments. This is one of the few overworld parts I actually tasked.
I let him do it because I did most of the overworld anyway, so I wanted him to do the minigames.
For this one, this one you're supposed to, like, be just behind the Porcubot, but in popping the balloon. So I waited for the last possible frame to press as many times as possible. We heal up at this sofa right here for the upcoming fight. I think this is my favorite fight in the entire run, just because of the insane RNG we get. Let's see.
It was actually the longest minute in the game.
So I forced 2 honey shower bears with only 2 uses of honey showers, which is a 1% chance. I think there were about 70 manipulations right there. And the other interesting thing is this turn. I got it again in only 1 manipulation. That was another 1% chance directly after. So this is actually the highest enemy regular boss fight in the game. It has like 7,500 HP about, and that was only a 3-turn fight. Theoretically, the most damage you can do in 1 turn is about 3,400 if you were to manipulate perfect honey showers. But to get 4 honey showers in 1 turn, since each one's a 10% chance, is about a 1 in 10,000 chance to manipulate 4 to hit in 1 turn. Which is just unreasonable to do in a task, since it would take a really long time to manipulate that.
This is a stroll down memory lane. If you've played the other Tomb Mother games, you'll get a lot of these. So Corky seems to have a museum of everything. In fact, this is the Pollyanna theme, which is the overworld theme of Mother 1.
I think that's upcoming. In the hallway. There's another Mother One song, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah. Heal up after the fight in the next one. A weird thing happened with the emulator version. For some reason, the music does not play very loud. So sorry for the encoding issue. I don't know how to fix it.
This is one of the few late game fights we don't really use any honey showers. Just because the honey showers are actually single target. And we're fighting like 8 enemies here. Unfortunately, since we don't have the... or we're gonna have to deal with the counters. This is where we make use of the mementos we picked up. And there I just stall for time, because I'm waiting for the memento to revive me. Otherwise it's just gonna waste more time if I try to play it out. One of the bad things is if you happen to die before you take your action, but after you've finished inputting actions for a turn, you'll just waste your turn, even if you revive with a memento. So I just stall for time to wait it out.
Calls for some friends, but the friends are, luckily they are dealt with in only one shot, so they're not too much of a nuisance.
And I believe this is the last one we actually have to kill. This is also that fight that we bought all those super bombs for and the saltwater guns. Just to deal more damage, just because these counters are really difficult to get past. But that's it for this fight.
Yeah, because DCMC comes in and finishes it off for us. So...
now we'll see actual Porky for the first time in this game.
Luckily, there's a hot spring in the box, so we heal up. Wonder how they got it in there. A lot of enemy dodge in here. Some left plus right movement there.
Really near the end of the game now. This is basically telling, or where Flint tells you that he knows that the math man is your brother Klaus, which the game basically really hints at for the entire time, but just confirmation at this point.
Porky first thing lowers all of our stats, so. But luckily we have honey showers, which are not affected by stats. So even in one turn, we trigger Porky's first line of dialogue, which after you deal so much damage, she has dialogue. So it took one turn just to trigger it. In 2 turns, we got his second line of dialogue. Now that we've kind of disabled Porky's chair here, what he'll do is he'll put on the absolutely safe capsule, which will protect him from anything outside of it. All I have to do is just run away because you can't do anything to it and it can't do anything to you. So the fight basically ends right here.
I think I got disconnected for a second there, but I think I'm back now.
All right.
But yeah, that was the last fight I actually tasked.
Yeah. I did the last fight myself.
But I don't know if it got cut off, but I was just saying that theoretically you could do that fight in about 3 turns if you have perfect RNG. But that wouldn't be time effective just for this task run. Just because the time it would take to manip that amount of damage. Actually, maybe even 2 turns, because Porky actually has about 6,600 HP. And with perfect luck with honey showers, you could do about 3,400 damage a turn.
Alrighty. This is the last stand. So Lucas, knowing that the masked man is his brother Klaus, cannot bring himself to attack him. So all we can do is just defend and take his attacks. Make sure to heal right before.
This is honestly more of a cutscene battle than anything, which is kind of the point, but it actually is very possible to die if you don't heal in time.
Defending slows your HP loss tremendously, so it's basically all you can do for the fight. Interesting fact is that after the masked man attacks your dad, you can actually begin to damage the masked man, although it would be frivolous to do so. I used some RNG manipulation there so that he wouldn't do a very powerful attack so that I could continue to heal. Perfect amount of psychic points.
At this point, Klaus won't really do much to us, but we still happen to be low enough on HP that we needed to heal.
Time's coming up.
Time.
Final time on that is 4:56:27.
Thanks for the GGs, everyone. That was actually based on RTA time.
Yes.
If you were considering task timing, this will end a little bit later since we have to like go through some dialogue.
Yeah, the final task time of this is 5:02:33. And yeah, this was a lot of work for us to get done, but we finally got it done, and it's here. This tool-assisted speedrun will be available on my YouTube channel. I will post a link in the chat, and it will also be submitted to task videos. I am submitting it right now. Thank you, everyone, for coming to watch the premiere of the Mother 3 tool-assisted speedrun. There will be some more dialogue at the end, and task time will come up shortly after.
Thank you everyone for watching. Had a great time working on this task with Ezra. So in this section, you're basically just talking to the residents of the island, which is just a little peek at what happened after the dragon awakening. It doesn't give you too much, but it's a little bit. And task timing ends when the final text box is closed.
Time for task 5:02:33.
It's a time save over the original.
Yeah, the time save was a 5:13. I set 5:13, 5:17 task time. So it's about 15-minute time save compared to the old test. And this tool assisted speedrun is about 50 minutes faster than the current world record. So the person who tasked Mother 2 gave me props. And that's why we named it TAS when it asked for the name in English, is that it would display TAS in the credits.
Always a neat touch when tasks do that, so we figured we'd do that as well.
Yeah, a lot of TASs do things like this. So, um, thank you guys for watching. I posted links in the chat so that way you can rewatch this task. So, good night, everybody. Stay warm, stay safe, and have a Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thanks everyone for having us. It was a blast. We loved presenting this task. We hope you enjoyed it. If you want to see the uncommentated version, it's on Ezra's channel. I'll probably upload the VOD of this commentary. But yeah, that's it. I hope you enjoyed it. Good night.